right, ladies and gentlemen, apologize for the delay, but I had a little brief connectivity issue there. This is the second game for Aquinas and Grandview on our women's featured pair. And also should be game 2 of our, Mankato State, Minnesota State Mankato, and Waldorf. Although I'm not quite sure, actually, to be honest with you, because they have been striking a lot. Been a very good pair, specifically 27 and 28. We've had some good scores on 25 and 26 throughout the day as well. But it all started with Lindenwood and Arizona State this morning. And it's been great since then. So whatever, if anything, however LU and Arizona State decided to attack the lanes this morning, it is held up for the most part. Not saying that that's the actual factor, but it could be one. Two really good teams who, if they wanted to try to set a pair up at least to have some minimal success, even though they were only going to be on the pair for 4 games. 4 games is kind of an eternity at sectionals, so it could be one of those things. And on top of that, we've had some good teams there as well. To give you an idea what I'm talking about, Arizona State shot tell you as soon as it works for me. Okay, here we go. They shot 924 out the gate on this pair, on the fresh. And Lindenwood shot 217, 191, 235, 248. Since the opening match this morning, we've had 805 from Wisconsin-Madison, 763 from Ben Sims. Then Marian came through and shot 844. Mount Mercy shot 972. And St. Ambrose finished the morning block shooting 928 on this pair for 4 games. So it's been solid. So this will be our position round pair as far as first and second. So from that perspective, if first and second is on the line, or first is on the line, excuse me, and Calumet and Arizona State have kind of been trading places, if you will, this could be that pair would be a good pair to decide a winner the way it's shaped up. In the standings, Davenport is 8th on the men's side. They are at 9,400 even. That is their total pinfall to this point. 9,400 even. 4th is 96-14. So they are 214 pins back. Not an insurmountable deficit by any means. It can be done. Arizona State holds a 3-pin advantage over Calumet, 99-42 to 99-39. Lindenwood is third at 98-09. So they are 133 back of first, and Vincennes is 96-14. Right behind them at 95-47 is St. Ambrose. Marian is sixth at 94-68. Mount Mercy 94-63 and seventh, and then Davenport at 9400. On the women's side, the Lindenwood women were first to eclipse the 10,000 pinfall mark between men and women. They are at 10,024. Stephen F. Austin 98-26 in second. Third is St. Ambrose at 97-84. And Grandview is fourth at 97-37. And they've got, there's some considerable distance between fourth and fifth on the women's side. .409 pins is the distance between fourth and fifth. Fifth is UW-Whitewater, Wisconsin-Whitewater. Sixth is Mount Mercy. That's on the women's side. So it's going to take a huge effort from anyone not in the top four right now. And mainly Wisconsin-Whitewater, Mount Mercy, Tulane really would have a chance at all of getting into fourth on the women's side currently. Thanks, Don. Appreciate you tuning in. That's right. It is a good afternoon at this point, but still good morning where you are. We kicked off our day at 7:30 a.m. Central Time. Add subtract that hour, that daylight savings snapped, and yeah, we've been up for a little minute. A lot of interesting things going on at our other sectionals as well. Of course, by now, for those of you who have been tuning in throughout, you know that we are streaming all four sectionals between Bowl TV and Inside Bowling. Mike Flanagan is in Smyrna with Inside Bowling. Check out his YouTube page. You can reach that. You can reach directly the live stream link there as well if you don't want to go through YouTube. Bowl.com/sectionals. Aaron Smith is in Stratford, New Jersey. About winding down in Stratford. Of course, they are an hour ahead on the East Coast. And Bowlstream TV and Craig Elliott is in Dallas at USA Bowl, one of the sites for Junior Gold this summer. Minnesota State, Mankato, if I'm not mistaken, coached by Kyle Bischoff, former Wichita State bowler. Pretty good bowler in his own right as well, and kind of give him back. Nice game here for Grandview. I generally would go out and really get some lineups, but I didn't have a chance to do that as we were making sure we could get the stream off and running. So I apologize to parents, supporters, family members for not directly naming players like I normally would. Boy, and now I don't have internet, which is not as important as our streaming computer having internet. I'm just venting aloud in regards to, I just had internet on my phone. I'm using my phone's hotspot this week. Grandview off and running 3 in a row. How about 4? 7-pin goes late. And a 10-pin for Grandview. It's a good shot. 2:04 for Waldorf. And game 2 for them. See if I can find some older lineup cards that I have. Nonetheless, we appreciate you tuning in. You know it's going to get exciting. A couple more games left and we'll be down to 12 to go. It's looking like unless a major change happens, the women's field will be set in regards to how many teams will make it, or what teams will make it, excuse me. They may change the order a little bit. But 1 through 4 at this moment, with the amount of pins in between 5th and 4th, that right there was 400 pins, which means add another 300 or so, 400 to first place, for example. But we've seen crazier things happen, especially in collegiate bowling. If anyone has any questions about the item standings, everything you need should be in the event description. Results and more. There's a link for that, of course. The link to the scoring for, the standings from games 33 through 48, which took place this morning. Once we get our new updates after this 4-game block, I'll add that extra link, but everything you need is in the results and more, which takes you to, bowl.com/sectionals. You can also see which teams will be on our featured pairs for the rest of the day. Hi, Michelle. We are currently, according to the schedule, round 13. No problem, Michelle. We appreciate you tuning in this week and following your daughter's progress. Aquinas and Grandview. You know, Aquinas was one of those teams thought they had a pretty good weekend. It's odd sometimes when you see multiple teams over and over. I've seen, I think each women's team here at least twice. Each time I've seen Aquinas, they have bowled really well, which you don't get to see them or follow their progress throughout the entire event. They are sitting in 12th, or excuse me, 8th. And they feel like, certainly based on what I've watched, they've bowled a little bit better than 8th. Same thing for Calumet. Thought they bowled pretty well as a team, the Calumet women, and they are in 9th currently. Kind of goes to show you just how good Lindenwood has bowled. I mean, 10,024, that's the highest of women and men here at Fairview Heights. Aquinas, the outside chance. They need more 221s, and that will certainly help. Again, the number right now for women is Grandview. They are the number. They are 4th at 97-37. On the men's side, the cut line is 96-14. That is Vincennes, who are in 4th. The difference from 4th to 5th completely changed from men to women. St. Ambrose just 67 pins back of 4th. It's funny, someone just reminded me that today was a NCAA selection show. Men's basketball, women's tomorrow. I had no idea that was happening. It's college bowling season. I've missed basketball season almost completely this year. I got a text about brackets. Like, what bracket? What are you talking about? Oh yeah. It's like the ITC bracket won't be, really complete until seeding is determined at, in April. That's what I was thinking about. All right, Grandview trying to put the finishing touches on a solid game here as Aquinas begins their 4th game of the first block here in the afternoon. Suzanne, thank you for watching. This is actually our first ever live stream attempt with sectionals. We have never streamed sectionals before, and something that we wanted to do, had kind of on the to-do list, certainly the last couple of years, and we decided that this year if we could do it, we certainly would, but we had to wait to get some help. And so big thanks to Craig Ellie and Mike Flanagan. Essentially, that's our junior gold crew as well. They have helped us with our junior gold streaming the last couple of years. And now they are here with us, not here at Fairview Heights, but of course across the way, across the country in our various sectionals. Very important to us to do this simply because of what you just typed, Suzanne. We know everyone will not be able to attend, and certainly an opportunity for us to provide that type of coverage as best as we can. Can't do it certainly without the help from the hosts as well. So I want to thank Mike Imes and our guy Matt, who run both St. Clair Bowl and Bel Air Bowl here. Mike Imes is the youth director here. Mike Dill, he helped me on Friday, or Thursday, excuse me, so we can properly run some Ethernet cables. So everyone has a part to play. Steve Lawson and his wife Kathy with scoring here on site, and Steve also the tournament manager for this location. Well, Suzanne, well, we don't want to bring 7-10 splits, but I needed that. He throws it really well, though, Suzanne, so that was just a bad break. Grandview looking to add to their lead. their lead on 5th, that is. Roger from Waldorf earned himself a single spot to the IC. So Waldorf in some capacity will, no matter what, have an opportunity to win a national championship in Lincoln. Perhaps it could be Roger to do that, or team can get on a roll here, you never know.
Broadcasting, let me know.
All right, got to look at Mankato's lineup now. Gone with Jake Swanson, Josh Williams, Henry Borgstorm, excuse me. Suzanne's son, Will. Is it Mayfi, Suzanne, or Mayfi? And Preston Swanson is the anchor player for Mankato State. For Waldorf, Roger Harford, Tanner Schmitz, Kyle Swiderski, Spencer Armstrong, and Michael Templin. Matafee, thank you. 178 Aquinas finishes with. All right, Grandview with already one in the 10th. Make it a double in the 10th frame. Mankato with 3 in a row. And now 4 in a row for Mankato, throwing some good shots. Grandview finishes with 213. Another quality block for Grandview. Although in 4th they are looking pretty good. 12 games left to go for them. Lindenwood will be next on our featured pairs. Waldorf. Decent shot there from Roger Harford, 4-6, however. Let's see who will join Lindenwood. It will be the Marian women. Coming up next on the men's side will be Highland Community College and UW-Lacrosse. All right, good spare there for Waldorf. And Mankato State, 7-pin taken care of from Manafee. And now to the 10th frame. Preston Swanson. Looks like we were waiting for something to be respot. Pin is back up. Mankato looking for one more to get to the 220s. All right, nice double there, 220s. Mankato State to finish things out. Waldorf, 10-pin here in the 10th as Lindenwood and Marian get underway. The Lindenwood women start with a double. And now the old 4-6-7. If you joined us earlier this morning, which it was pretty early, and so you may have missed our special guest earlier, but he was so kind enough to drop on by again as the Lindenwood women hit our feature pair and provide some general insights, of course, to what's going on and what he has seen. This is a junior from LU, Aaron Mudlong. And Aaron, first of all, welcome back.
Thank you.
And to your estimate at this point, you've had a chance to watch the first round and, of course, the first 4 games here in the afternoon on the Burn. what differences have you seen so far on the lanes?
I'm seeing a lot of teams shell down to lower, like more mid-grade balls, and seeing migrating more towards the middle of the lane, still trying to shim it out towards the gutter. The shim's still on the gutter. So.
Now, if someone is watching right now and they don't know what the word shim means, what does that mean? Describe shim in that situation.
If I had to describe shim, it would be like that is this place where you want the ball to hook, and that's a place where the ball's going to hold and come back into the pocket.
We talked about the Lindenwood lead. You mentioned earlier how they were bowling well, and they haven't stopped bowling well. At this point, it would take something ridiculous in an array of fashions for them not to be in the cut. Not necessarily win, but to make the top 4. And we kind of talked about mindsets and what's the mindset? You've been around the team a little bit. What's the mindset for them as they continue to just get through the rest of today and essentially reap the rewards that come with bowling well at Sectional?
I mean, honestly, they're just trying to stay in the moment right now. That's really the key thing that they're really trying to do, not try to get ahead of themselves and not worry about making bad shots and just kind of relax up there and just be comfortable.
Double open strike, and now 10 pin here for LU. Well, I thought Waldorf and Mankato were in their final game. I was wrong.
I believe they're a game behind.
All right, Marian, in our in our previous update, we said that Marian was 12th and Marian men 6th. So it's LU, Stephen F. Austin, St. Ambrose, and Grandview. Again, right now the top 4 after 48 games. For LU, we'll take this out actually for now. This is game 53 for them. Waldorf and Minnesota State Mankato still in regards to their final upcoming games here. Mankato coached by Kyle Bischoff, who actually used to attend Wichita State. You see a lot of former collegiate players kind of start to give back. Any future in coaching, you think for yourself?
Honestly, I do not know. I mean, if I'm asked to, I wouldn't mind trying it, but as of right now, I'm probably going to stick with the whole idea of law school.
Law school sounds pretty good. Not going to tell you a story on that. What type of law?
Business law. Keep it nice and simple.
Okay. Say good afternoon to Shanice Williams, my wife. She's watching. Very important to say hello.
Of course.
All right, here's LU. What's the LU lineup here?
That was just Amanda Garrett in the 8th frame who was just struck. Haley Cummings is currently coming up in the 9th, and I believe Mina San Nicholas is still in the 5-hole.
In your experience in regards to Baker competition, how important to kind of stay on top of lineup changes, or if a lineup change is necessary? But what have you seen that causes a lineup change, or to get the right synergy in regards to a particular lineup?
Typically the rule is usually 2 opens in a row. You're out pretty much. So keep it nice and simple. And typically if you leave 2 opens, it's probably your time.
It's a little different. I'll be honest in Baker, because there's not a lot of room for error.
I agree.
And you don't have many frames we talked about earlier. Can't give away frames.
You only got those 2 frames for yourself. You got to make it happen.
So it's untraditional, like a traditional game, if you will, where 2 opens wouldn't necessarily hurt you considerably, but they could, but not like a 2 open Baker game. That could be the difference between probably 230 and 190.
Agreed.
4 in a row now for Marian University. You mentioned earlier from a lane play perspective, you've seen a lot of folks begin to shell down. Has that been common? Have you seen that on the men's side as well too? Okay.
A lot of the men's are really going down. Just starting to go down to between those benchmark balls and maybe a little bit of shiny balls here and there, but
I haven't seen that many people get too far left.
no.
And I didn't see it in the afternoon yesterday either. Did you expect to see anything different? You know, give or take, there's a lot of teams still in it, especially on the men's side, so you never know what risks they may be willing to take at this point. But do you foresee anyone really kind of getting past 4th arrow?
Yeah, I believe someone's going to get past 4th arrow eventually. I mean, yesterday for the last set, we were at 22 at the arrows. I mean, it wasn't that far past it, but it was past it by a little bit. We were in front of the bar turn. But today, honestly, I think a lot of college teams are going to try to stay closer to the gutter, because they saw that played a lot really well yesterday for a lot of teams that had success, and I'm assuming it's going to be the same for today.
Joined by Aaron Mudlaw. He is a junior at Lindenwood. Story behind Aaron, I guess there's really not a story behind Aaron necessarily, but we do have a mutual acquaintance, one he's actually blood related to, I believe.
Yes.
Aaron's aunt and I went to high school together, bowled on our respective high school bowling teams. So a couple things within that. One, that bowling's very cool, and that you just never know who you'll meet, or who you'll end up knowing in the future because of it. And 2, that I'm considerably older than Aaron.
Not that much older.
Well, I don't know. I mean, how old are you?
I'm only 20.
Yeah. I'm pushing 34, which is just rough to say to begin with. LU will shoot 195 with the made spare, 1 open here in game 1. Game 1 of this 4-game block. This is actually game 53 overall for Lindenwood and Marian. Game 52 for Waldorf and Mankato. So who do we have here behind you? I know you've developed a following here.
This is my good friend Thomas Papa. He's a senior at LU, communications major. Really good guy.
I saw him bowl on Friday, and I believe maybe your father was in the chat earlier today. All right, 194 for LU. Marian has a 3-9. That's a tough spare. 3 9s, 2 8s. Those are always tough. Waldorf is clean through 7. And Mankato 137 in the 7th. Or excuse me, 132 in the 7th, working on a spare. Michelle, this is a good question. Nebraska did not opt to, I imagine, to compete in sectional, or compete to be a part of USBC collegiate at the beginning of the season. NCAA teams do have the option to kind of be certified both NCAA and USBC collegiate, which will give them the opportunity, barring they bowl a certain amount of events, to be eligible for sectionals. Some NCAA teams take advantage and some don't. But from a singles perspective, you do not have to be a part of a team that even is bowling collegiately. Sometimes we have several bowlers who may not have a club at their school, just part of whatever school or university that they go to. As long as you're a student with the proper amount of credit hours, you can compete in the singles competition. So those aren't the lay down rules, if you will, but that is kind of the gist of how some NCAA programs will bowl USBC events and some elect not to. Any other cool questions that you have, please feel free to drop them in the chat. Also, feel free to, actually, we'd encourage you to hit the thumbs up on our like videos. That way we can continue to bring you great collegiate action. We'll be at ITC's in Lincoln, Nebraska. And right now, well, we know for a fact there'll be 4 teams from each division who will at least join me there. Who will those 4 teams be? Still undecided, but the picture is becoming a little bit clearer as each game rolls on. Aaron, I gotta ask you, as an athlete, just if you can, try to put me or put the viewers in the situation where, you know, you're competing in sectionals. It's the last day. It's, you know, we've got 12 games left. Take us through each scenario. We'll start with kind of like Lindenwood women right now. And you kind of mentioned it earlier. Leading by a significant amount. Go.
There's honestly no point of view to really worry about anyone else but yourself. In all honesty, if you're in Lindenwood's position, it's honestly to the point where it's like you kind of can put yourself on cruise control, and you just have to understand, just bowl your game, because your game is obviously working.
Got that right. Yeah, nothing that they've done seems to have not worked based on their scores. I look forward to seeing their final total and the average of what that is. Okay, let's go to the next scenario. And let's say, and I'm not, because you're with a team, I don't, you know, I'm not going to say a particular team just so people won't think you're saying whatever about a particular team. But let's say you're in a position, you're 150 pins back of first place, no matter the position. So, but we'll say you're in the top 4. So, which means that you could fall out, you could get to first place. Still a lot to decipher. What are you thinking about then?
Honestly, then it's just more like, you know that you're in the cut, so that's a good part. The thing you really just want to make sure you do is pick your spares and make good shots. As long as you're doing those 2 things, you're honestly doing everything you can to stay in the cut. You can't really worry about the teams behind you, and you can't really worry about the teams above you. You just kind of worry about yourself as always. That's basically what bowling's about.
So the moral so far is worry about yourself.
Yeah, worry about yourself and your team pretty much, because there's no defense in bowling. It's just you versus the lane. That's all you gotta do.
There could be people that would argue that.
Yeah, it's true.
At that point, but in the retrospect of what we're talking about now, I agree. 220 for Waldorf, nice game to finish out, and 200 for Minnesota State Mankato. And we will welcome in on the men's side, Highland Community College and Wisconsin Lacrosse. Here on Bowl TV, let me make a few changes and we'll get back to our discussion here. Joined by Aaron Mudlong. Appreciate having him on aboard for a couple games here. He is now going to be the most liked man on campus, or it could be the opposite, depending on how it goes.
Hopefully most liked.
No problem, Michelle. Thank you for your question. Are you? Okay. Thank you. is the UW-Lacrosse head coach, providing an early lineup. That is much appreciated. Thank you. All right, we got two lineups. We're gonna be good this game. All right, Highland Community College. They will start with Jared Johnson, Bailey Lai, Trace Ermy, Larry Triphamer III, and Bryce Lawson will be in the anchor position. And for UW-Lacrosse, they'll go with Quinn Bedford, Matt Milos, Brandon Borjadal, Tyler Fromm, and Jacob Dunham. And they will probably go with all 8 within at some point throughout their 4 games to get their players an opportunity to experience sectionals. All right, back to our discussion as an athlete with Aaron Mudlong here. We talked about the scenario of being on top by a lot, the scenario of being a team in the cut, but within striking distance of potentially taking the lead or winning, or vice versa, falling out of the cut as well. Now, how about the team that is 200 pins back of 4th with 12 games to go?
Well, it's a lot of bowling. 12 games is honestly a lot of bowling. Anything can honestly happen, and it's to that point where it's like you really can't give up on yourself, and you just got to try to have fun with it in all honesty, because let's be honest, if you're bowling and you're having a great time, you obviously will bowl better. Like the atmosphere will just feel a lot lighter, everything will come a lot easier, scores will be a lot higher.
I would certainly agree with that. I think I've experienced probably all of those scenarios. Honestly, maybe except the last one we just talked about, the one where you're outside the cut, you're outside looking in, and you got to make a run to do it. I've witnessed other teams do it, but I guess fortunately for me, we've never had to kind of deal with that particular situation. I do recall a particular time though at 2007 sectionals in Las Vegas. We were not bowling well, and we got to a point where sometimes you just got to stop, like literally call a timeout, just stop what you're doing, relax, talk it over briefly, and then kind of go back to it. And then that generally, depending on certain situations, will kind of loosen people up. You're not worrying about trying to strike or, just throw a good shot.
Yeah.
And whatever happens,
that's all you can ask for.
We'll adjust, make a spare, move on, etc. So I do know, the arm swing can get a little tight. Like it can be a little rough, especially late in the block. So we'll see all of the ranges of emotions as we get to it. LU with 4 in a row here. Lena has bowled quite well. She just missed out on a single spot. The current anchor player for LU, Lena, just missed out by a pin, if I'm not mistaken.
2 pins, I believe.
2. Either way,
it's you can pick up 2 pins literally anywhere.
That's always tough to miss a cut by so few less. But the good news is LU did get a couple ladies in and to singles, and it looks like they're certainly on pace not only to win this sectional but to lead by quite a large margin. At some point, let's check to see if we've got any updates. Hello, Kathy Polzer. Hey, David, thanks for your comment. That is a very good good comment there. Someone with the initials PW, I'm going to assume that's Pete Weber, said you're only as good as your next shot in the game. Couldn't agree more. Hi, Kathy. Ben Polson, indeed. Let's go Wisconsin Lacrosse. Appreciate everyone tuning in. Don't forget to check out, if you are curious, our other sectionals that are ongoing in Smyrna, Stratford, and Dallas. Let's check our score updates. First, let's find them. Had a little brief internet scare this morning, or not this morning, this afternoon as we were starting. And then right as we got on the air, my own phone hotspot just started to not work. So that's cool. All right, we're awaiting our score updates here for Fairview Heights. But as they scroll through on our local monitors, I'll talk about other schools, or excuse me, other sectionals. Right now, Robert Morris, Lincoln Memorial, St. Francis, and SCAD. In Smyrna, the men there, those are the top 4 teams. Again, all the results can be viewed at bowl.com/sectionals. Marian trying to finish up. Strike will give them 180. Marian led by Jerica Heibel. All right, 177 for Marian. Aaron, what's upcoming for, I guess for yourself and from a school perspective? Is it spring break time yet?
Oh yeah, spring break is right after this tournament.
How about that? Oh, that's even better for
yeah.
you. What are your spring break plans?
Honestly, just gonna relax. Take some time to myself, just hang out at home, eat some good food. It's better than campus food by far. You can never go wrong with the home cooked meal. In all
the
honesty.
memories. And now, are you going home as in Chicagoland area?
Yes.
Okay. And from a school perspective, do they still give you the old homework assignments during spring break?
Most of my teachers this semester honestly try to lay off of it, but so.
Wow, the world's changing.
I know.
Thanks, Kathy. I appreciate that. And I was going to ask Ben earlier, or excuse me, yesterday, but I didn't want to ask him because I'm 6'3", and so people generally, in my experience, hey, how tall are you? So sometimes you don't really want to get that question. So I wanted to ask him, but I didn't, just out of respect. But if you wouldn't mind, if you could let us know how tall it is Ben, because my guess was he was at least 6'8". Kyle, it's a good question. I will ask Aaron here as an athlete. Kyle asks, tips for making spares on sport patterns. He's been struggling on sport, but on house shots he's fine.
So for me personally,
yes, go with what you would do.
For all my corner pins, I throw hard and straight at it. And for anything in the middle, I honestly hook at it. I honestly play it the same way as house shot, or sorry, attempt to. But what I've found for me is that if you just honestly get up there, look at your target, stare it down, take a couple breaths, get your heart rate nice and low, stay calm, and just stay down when you throw the ball. I pick it 95% of the time.
95% is pretty good.
Yeah, I mean,
in the grand scheme.
You can't be perfect all the time,
right.
So.
95% is good. That's good advice. I would ask Kyle, are you, for example, hooking at left side spares on a house shot? Because that's something that is, not uncommon. I do it on a certain occasion. Actually, I do it a lot because I don't really bowl anymore, and so I don't trust that I'm as accurate as I should be and used to be to consistently make left side spares. But if I want to get back to a level of competitiveness, that's what I would start doing in league. So, but that's good advice there. Hard and straight at really anything, as Aaron said, on the corners. And some situations, again, it depends on your level of comfort. A lot of people go straight at everything.
That is true.
So whether it's the 5-pin, whether it's a bucket, I know people that go straight at 2/8s, and they make them all the time, which I think is the most impressive thing
for sure cannot do that. I hook at those all the time. It's honestly like you just have to have confidence in yourself and your ability to pick that spare, and however you have to do it, as long as you pick it, spare's a spare.
Absolutely. Put the slash on the board. Coming down to the 10th frame here, Highland Community College. Nice jerseys from Highland, by the way. Love the Argyle with the Highland Cougars logo and mascot on the back. Led by Chris Beach. Talked about them yesterday winning the National Junior College National Championship. It was the first national title of any kind for Highland Community College. I was talking to Chris Beach about that yesterday, and he mentioned just the media attention that the school and the team has received within the last 2 weeks or so has been exceptional. They've had kind of 2 pep rallies at school. So congrats to Highland. They actually defeated a school that is here. The men's team is not, but the women's team is, Ancilla College in the finals. And then one more interesting note. Thank you to Kathy. Kathy said that Ben is 6'10". How about that? Reminds me of Brandon Tarabek. And I believe he had a brother. Brandon, I don't know if he was 6'10", but he was tall. He used to compete for Grand Valley State back in the day. Hi, Andrew. For position round, will the top 2 teams from each side be on the live pair? Yes, they will. That is the plan. Although I went to look at my schedule, and someone must have taken it for a look. And so let me confirm. Just want to make sure that on the women's side, yes, indeed, that is the case. So we will have 1-2 and 1-2 on our TV pairs here in our featured pairs. And then moving left on the women's side, so 23 and 24 will have 3-4. It'll go that way. And then, of course, the men will go 3, 4, 5, 6 to the right, etc. So the good news is, from the women's standpoint, if there is some noise to be made, we can at least be in distance to see what's happening. The bad news on the men's side is we've got a pole directly to my vision in the right, or excuse me, on my right. And so it might be a little tough to figure out who's bowling at what point and what time, but I'll do my best, because I know 3, 4, 5, 6, the teams in that range, and very well could be by the time we get to it, 1 and 2 as well. There's gonna be some movement going on, so we'll try to keep you up to date as best as I can. Thank you, Kathy Polzine. All right, you are watching Bowl TV, ITC Sectionals. Now we are into, again, our second block of the day. That is games 53 through 56. Lindenwood has already, and Marian for that matter, they've bowled 2 games on their starting pair, and so now they are into game 3 of this 4-game block. Lindenwood and head coach Phil Vida. Aaron, what's something great about the experience for you so far, just in college in general? You know, what if you could give advice, actually, depending on your major and what you'd like to be kind of professionally, whether it's bowling, non-bowling, etc. For a high school student, what the college process, the figuring out if you like to bowl, how was that process for you? What all went into it?
The main thing I really wanted to make sure I had down before I decided all that was time management. Because
that's very important.
Because you'll be on your own in college. I mean, it's your first time being away from home if you go out of state or anything like that. But time management is very key because bowling and school do take up a lot of time. And you're going to have to decide, do I want to go out that night or do I want to finish some homework, go to practice? It's a lot of decisions that you got to make.
Time management, yes, that is nicely done. Someone who figured it out. Now, how early? You said that was kind of the first thing, or one of the first things that you would figure out or try to. Can you do that at the high school level? I guess you can, depending on what you're involved in and how many things you might be involved in.
Yeah, for sure. You can always work on that at the high school level. I mean, whether it's just saying, I'm just going to get this homework done now and then do this later. As long as you keep yourself nice and organized in high school and it transfers over to college, it'll be great. It's a lot of help.
Talk about your college decisions, if you will, just in how you decided on Lindenwood and kind of what felt right, what was cool about the process for you overall. If you were, I assume you were looking at probably a few schools that you had in mind at some point.
So my senior year of high school, my team made it to state for the first time for our program. And honestly, I didn't know really anything about college bowling until we bowled Thursday night, I believe. It was here at O'Fallon. We were practicing. And the coach from McKendree.
This during state?
Yeah, this is during state.
Okay.
And the coach, Dennis Nepper from McKendree, came up to me and said, hey, would you like to bowl for my school? And that's what really started me thinking about, I can actually get some money, get some scholarship from college bowling. You might as well start looking at different schools. So I started looking at Whitewater, Lindenwood, McKendree, and then basically those were my top 3 choices in honesty. And I visited the campuses, and Lindenwood's campus is becoming more modern, and I really liked what the new changes that they were bringing in. And I just love the campus, and the area is actually really nice. And I like the bowling alley is right next to campus, so I don't really have to go too far to go practice if I really wanted to. So that's always helpful.
Talking with Aaron Mudlong. Aaron is a junior at LU. He stopped by earlier to kind of briefly talk about his insights earlier in regards to the men's squad that was here on our feature pair. Way back, seems like an eternity ago, but at 8 a.m.
Yeah, bright and early.
Came back to talk about the women here as they are leading the way here on the ISC Sunday, essentially. 4 teams. We will know probably in about 2 hours at this point who will be moving on to ITCs in Lincoln. I think that was sound advice. What I took from that is you narrowed it down, obviously, and then you made visits, which I think are very important. I think sometimes that can be overlooked. Sometimes I've known people in the past that they may have made a decision without actually going to the school to check it out, and then ultimately, it turns out that it wasn't really a fit for them, which is something they could have found out had they taken the visit beforehand. So that's pretty important advice. I think we'll have some high school bowlers kind of go back and watch the archives of our sectionals. So sometimes very important for them to get some knowledge and some advice as well. David, that's a very good question. In the chat, he asked, do the women and men bowl on the same oil pattern, or is it a different oil pattern? That's a good question, David, and the answer is I don't know because no one knows the oil pattern.
Yep.
The patterns were a secret, including the singles competition on Friday, and of course yesterday's team competition, and same thing today. The pattern will be released at a later date. It will be the same for ITCs as well. So most USBC events at this point from a national scale don't release the patterns. And so it's true now to the level of collegiate bowling. I believe that started last year. But, and along that front, to David's question, Aaron, when you don't know the pattern, and we talked about it a little bit earlier, but for our new audience, if you don't know the pattern going into the event, what, if you had a checklist of the things that, you guys may talk about from what to bring as far as bowling balls, bowling balls are concerned, what's that process like for you guys?
So basically, we always try the gutter first because you always want to work right to left, starting. Because if you can stay right in college, it is very helpful to score. Because in a lot of college tournaments, in my experience at least, we always end up in front of the ball return, and if that's not one of your strong points, you pretty much want to stay away from it. So what we like to do, we like to keep some nice dull stuff, try to keep it up the gutter and see if it plays. If it doesn't play there, we'll migrate inward slowly just to see what's better than what, in all honesty.
How is the process leading up to the event itself? So let's say during the week. Let's say this week. So sectionals is coming up on Friday. Monday through Thursday. What are you guys thinking about from what to bring from a bowling ball standpoint? And you're limited on bowling balls as well, too.
Correct. So for sectionals, we're only allowed to bring 5 balls and have them registered. And so basically what we did, we had everyone print out like their ball arsenals, and we needed to see what ball does what and see which what arsenal would be best for everyone to be most versatile, since we don't know what the pattern is. And then from there, we just started to basically just hit the lanes and start practicing. We've worked on a lot of our mental game. Definitely worked on spares a lot. And we definitely worked on a lot of Baker, because sectionals is all about Baker. There's no team games anymore.
Yeah, Baker is, I won't say it's taken over college bowling because it hasn't, but it's been around for quite some time. And it is a very unique format. I think most people now are very familiar with it because they see it quite often, but it presents a different challenge in many cases, and it allows for, to me, I think it helps build chemistry or camaraderie. So if that was an area a team may have been struggling in, it's something to work on in Baker, because you're almost forced to do it. You have to feed off each other. You have to be watching everyone's shot. You have to be able to effectively communicate. I think the key word there is effectively.
Correct.
Not everyone communicates the same, but however you see the lanes, you need to be able to communicate, and that person then has to decipher what you're saying so they can relate it to what they do on the lane. So it's a lot happening. It's a lot going on in Baker. All right, let's take a look at our 52-game updates here at Fairview Heights. We'll start with the men. Calumet still on top. They have a 42-pin lead over Arizona State. 10,795 is their total. Arizona State at 10,753. Lindenwood is third at 10,586. St. Ambrose is fourth at 10,421. That is a change from where we began this block, as Vincennes and St. Ambrose now have flip-flopped, with St. Ambrose now in the cut at 10,421. Vincennes now in fifth at 10,358. Almost, in fact, there was a 100-pin difference. St. Ambrose shot 874 in our first block this afternoon. Vincennes shot 744. Marian is close in sixth at 10,306. They still got a little work to do, but it's out there. Davenport still with an opportunity as well at 10,257, as well as Mount Mercy at 10,252. So at this point, we've got about 5 teams Really, I'll still say 6th just because of where Lindenwood is in relation to everyone else. But right now, 6 teams that, the positions could go still kind of either way. There's some help that needs to be done with Mount Mercy, Davenport, Marian, that 6 through 8 group. Vincennes is obviously right there, and it's Calumet and Arizona State really. They're jockeying to look who's going to win potentially this section. On the women's side, we talked about Lindenwood. They are at 10.885. That's a shooting 861. Still leading the way. Stephen F. Austin is second at 10.721. They shot 895. They are moving up the leaderboard, and maybe might even challenge Lindenwood here towards the end of the day. Grandview has moved up from 4th to 3rd, now at 10.605. Very close, and 4th and 3rd and 4th. 4th is now St. Ambrose at 10.564. Whitewater is 5th at 10.294. Tulane in 6th at 10,025. All right, Lindenwood and Marian now off into game number 4 of this block, game 56 overall. And it looks like Highland Community College, 3-6-9-10 up. They look to take care of business here in the 7th frame. And that's fair is chopped as Lacrosse looking to make the flip. So it looks like, I guess somehow we got, there was a little delay early as we begin things this afternoon. And that caused about a game delay on everything else here on the men's side, which hasn't happened actually throughout this entire event. So there'd be some small inconvenience, but nothing that'll get too crazy. Here's a good question for you, Aaron, as an athlete. When you do have to wait, what do you guys typically or what normally do? How do you quote unquote stay loose? Almost physically and from a bowling perspective too. How do you handle delays like that?
So we like to stretch at least like until they're pretty much done bowling and keep our minds loose. We'll honestly just look at where they're playing so we have a better idea of where we want to play and understand how the lane condition we can take advantage of it.
27-28 has been a pretty good pair. 25 and 26 has been pretty solid actually for that matter as well. I've said before, when you watch the teams that come to the featured pair, they generally do bowl well, and then you can't watch them obviously for the entire tournament. And so it seems like certain teams have performed better than what the standings may say. But sometimes standings can be, you can't get all the information from the standings.
Yeah.
In many cases, teams and individuals have bowled so much better than what the standings may show. I had no idea, Dick, Dick Ricker and Jack Connaught. Dick Ricker bowled at Wisconsin Lacrosse. How about that? Kyle asked another question, Aaron, and David actually gave a really good answer. He said, Kyle said his high school team just qualified for the state tournament. Any tips to relax yourself? Kyle bowls anchor for his team, and he said essentially definitely shouldn't be nervous in Baker.
Yeah. Definitely just have confidence in yourself, in all honesty. You're the anchor for a reason. I mean, you just gotta, that you're good, in all honesty. That's why you're in the anchor spot. You always have a good look. You're always that guy that can make that shot that when you need it. You just honestly have to believe in yourself and honestly just understand that, like, bad shots will happen. You can't deny that. It's gonna happen. But if you keep making the good shots, make the best shots you can, that's all you can really ask for. That's all we, like, even in college, like, when we are struggling, all we ask for is that you make the best shot you can. That's all we want. It doesn't matter about the result. As long as you made the best shot you can when you're trying your hardest, that's all we care about. Scores may not reflect it, but it's really what we care about.
Nicely done. I like that answer. Highland, you're going to try a few things out. Sitting in with Aaron Mudlong here, junior at Lindenwood, providing some good insight to the athletes' mindset at events. Is there anything that we could be missing that, or even that I might be missing, that the 2018 Collegiate Bowler might be a little different than the 2007 Collegiate Bowler?
If I had to say anything, definitely the bowling technology has definitely changed a lot. Balls are definitely hooking a lot more than they used to be, and it feels like the oil pattern is basically always low volume at the time. There's very little times lately where it's been like, oh, I gotta throw like something at like 360. It's mostly been like, at least this year, lately it's been basically 1,000 is like the lowest I've had to go surface-wise on any of my balls. And ball still hooks a lot, no matter what.
I know there was an effort made, and some patterns were specifically developed, kind of for college bowling, based on a lot of some of the research and different things that that you were seeing in college bowling as a whole, and where you might end up at a collegiate tournament. You mentioned ball return in front of the ball return, so create like a bank of patterns that. And with obviously some variety, but ultimately in certain situations, I'd have to have you go all the way to 6th, 7th arrow at the end of an event. Back to Kyle's kind of high school question. Were you an anchor player in high school?
Yes.
Okay.
Me and my younger brother were both the anchors for our high school team when we bowled in high school. It was always a good time. So he was the 4-hole, I was the 5-hole, and it kind of went that way. It was always a good time.
What's been the process, kind of since you do have a brother who is in the program on the team? What's that been like to kind of share experiences with family?
Honestly, it's a lot of fun. I mean, it's definitely a unique experience that like not many people can say that they've had. Like Dean and I bowled it together in high school, and now we're bowling together in college again, and it feels good to take a piece of home with me back to Missouri. So it's always a good time.
Have you ever bowled doubles together in some capacity?
Oh yes,
okay.
All the time. I love bowling doubles with my brother. He may not like it, but I sure do.
Lindenwood is clean through 8. Make it clean through 9 as Haley Cummings cleans up the spare. Marian due up here in the 8th frame. I believe Lindenwood and Marian literally breezed through here. There are 4 games. We are just getting into game 55 for Lacrosse and Highland if you're just joining us. There was some delay somewhere in the building, or at least on the men's side I should say, that caused their first match to be delayed, which of course then trickles down to where those teams are going next. Appreciate everyone tuning in. My name is Emil Williams Jr. Big thanks to the great staff here and host St. Clair Bowl. First time we have streamed sectionals at anywhere in any year. And the plan is certainly to continue to do it as long as we have enough people available to do so. Next year, the sectional sites will be the same except for the one we're in right now. Fairview Heights will return to Addison, Illinois. And so for the last, probably 6 to 8 years, it's either been in Fairview Heights or in Addison, Illinois. And it'll be back in back in Addison for the next 3 years. Teams coming to the feature pairs. On the women's side, we'll have Judson and Viterbo. And then following Wisconsin Lacrosse and Highland Community College, it will be Grandview and Calumet. So we'll give you an opportunity to see Calumet, the team that is currently leading. Mentioned again, they have flip-flopped first and second with Arizona State just about all day long. So we'll get the chance to see them really on the feature pair for the first time, and more than likely we'll see them again in the position round. Just a reminder on lineups for lacrosse. Quinn Bedford leading off. Matt Milos is second. Brandon Borjadal is third. Tyler Fromm is fourth. And Jacob Dunham is fifth. And Nick Day and Ben Polsing also getting some opportunity to bowl, as well as Zach Hansen. I think Ben Polsing and chatting with some LU folks, I think you can tell just based on his gestures kind of pointing in the other direction of where the rest of the men's teams are, going from our left to right here, where the delay might have been, for example. Or he could be talking about a normal question that he probably gets is, hey, how tall are you?
Yeah. I do know that the LU men's team last set had a breakdown in their pair, and they had to move down to 49 and 50. So
there you go. That probably explains a lot of what's going on here. So 200 for Lindenwood. Well, I'll let Marian finish out their 10th frame, and then we'll let Aaron go here. Aaron, one more question before we let you depart. I won't say predictions because we don't want to go there yet. So we'll keep it to the standpoint of the kind of the eye on the prize mantra, if you will, in a program where, and every program here has the goal of winning a national title. But talk a little bit about how you and the program, and then obviously you can only talk about yourself, but other programs that you see that consistently compete for national titles. What similarities do you think exist between those type of programs and those type of bowlers?
I see a lot of dedication to this whole sport because, for us, what we'll do sometimes, we'll have 6 a.m. practices, and then we'll do the 3 p.m., and then sometimes we'll even do the night practice in the same day, and we always have to make sure that our varsity team guys are always there, just to make sure that they're fully dedicated to this team and understand what the huge goal is to win nationals. So we get used to bowling in the morning when we're all groggy, get used to bowling in the afternoon when we're a little more tired, and then get bowling at night when we definitely want to go to sleep.
I like that. Well done. I'll leave you with this. We mentioned 2007 sectionals as Marian finishes out with 181. Nice shot there from Ben Polzine. We finished second in Las Vegas, but we bowled terribly the second part of the day. And talking about getting left, we had to get in front of the ball return. And for a couple of us, it was really kind of the first time that it was almost required to score. You had to be there if you had any chance.
Sometimes it turns into a wall when you get that far left.
And we learned a lot about some things we already knew, but kind of exposed. But so that was a Sunday. I think we got back Monday, and then Tuesday or Wednesday we had 6 a.m. practice, and I believe it was the first 6 a.m. practice in the history of the program. And so I apologize for starting that.
It's all right. I actually don't mind the 6 a.m.s. What we do nowadays, after tryouts, it's like Randy makes it one of our first things, get in front of the ball return and get going on it.
Well,
he does that with us now.
It is, it's something like I said, we learned that day, okay, you need to be moderately good or decent in that area. You don't have to be great, but you got to know angles and what you have to do with your body to be able to play there. And it was an eye-opening experience. I'm still not that great at it, but I've gotten better. But watching more people do it now certainly helps as well. Nice game here for Highland Community College as Wisconsin Lacrosse finished it up. Aaron, I'm going to let you get to it. I know you've got to keep an eye on the LU program.
Of course.
Appreciate you hopping on again, and good luck in the future, sir.
Appreciate it.
That is Aaron Mudlong, a junior from Lindenwood. Hopefully gave you some good insights into what he thinks about, what the program thinks about, and kind of what other top programs think about as well. Back in a moment, folks. This is Bowl TV. I want to thank Aaron Mudlong, providing some very good insight into just college bowling at this day and age. And many of you who are watching obviously certainly have an idea, and because your sons or daughters are participating, so you certainly understand and get it firsthand from them as well. But was curious. It's always nice to kind of hear it from the source, if you will. And by the way, Keith, you are more than welcome. We certainly plan, Kathy, I'm sorry. We certainly plan to continue this from our, sectional streaming. That's our plan. Can we make it bigger and better? Well, we probably could. We'll evaluate what we have moving forward and continue to adjust. Right now, Judson University and Viterbo have joined us here on Bowl TV. A couple of things that stood out for championship winning programs. I think you hear that phrase, that term a lot. What it takes to win a title, of course. Aaron mentioned the dedication factor. Extremely important. You have to have players who want to do the things necessary to be great. And not everyone has that ability to do it. Or I shouldn't say not everyone has the ability. Not everyone wants to do it. For the upstart programs, that's actually something that the more new programs I see, the more I say to myself, I think I would want to help a startup type collegiate program who, just getting into or just started the bowling program at a particular college or university, and getting those individuals to kind of buy in early. Lacrosse and Highland Community College, they are in game 55, I think. I'm losing track. I had to went ahead and took off what games we are in or what block we're in because of the delay on the men's side. Don't want you to be confused as you enter. So essentially, Judson and Viterbo are in the third block of the day. For them, it'll be one more block, and that's position round after this for Highland Community and Wisconsin Lacrosse. Again, they are still to finish their second block of the day overall. Feel free to drop some more questions, folks, or some comments like Kathy's. Let's go Viterbo, Hannah Jersa. Michelle, it is a great day to be a Judson Eagle. She is rooting on her daughter, Nora. Jordan, Jordan says have 3 hours a season of the whole team together for a solid practice. Yeah, I assume that, and that's actually a good point, Jordan. And something I'm sure that other teams may go through or may not, but getting everyone available for practice. Not everyone has the same opportunities, facilities, etc., which is kind of unique about college bowling in that sense, where there are still several club teams who compete, where it used to be all club, obviously, when collegiate bowling really started, and then gradually developed into a varsity sport by certain universities, and then that has kind of carried on into what we have now, to where not only is there NCAA bowling on the women's side, but now there is NAIA. The NAIA offers its own national championship. Of course, the Intercollegiate Team Championships is looked upon as the mecca of national titles in that regard. If you are a club team as well, the Collegiate Club Championships have begun within the last, I think, 3 to 4 years. So there's really been a lot of development within college bowling, and I guess obviously if you have someone bowling in regards to the NCAA side, then someone may think differently about which title means more, or you could just win them both, which is what McKendree did last year. But a national title is a national title. I mentioned Highland's national title at the junior college level. First time the school's ever won anything. I mean, when you win a title, it's special. Hi, Alexander. Go Ritzel and the Judson Eagles. Judson is popular. They have been popular throughout the chat. I think I see very good things for programs like Judson and Viterbo, for example. Wisconsin Lacrosse, Highland. I mean, you can just tell that the athletes want to be bowling. The coaches are very enthusiastic. Sometimes it just takes a little more time than others. We talked about what's available and what's not. But Judson, a good example of a very new program. as lane, what's that, 25 being taken care of right now. Asher doing a solid job there. Fidel helping out. They're going to get one of the best players in the country on the men's side. Brandon Biondo will be bowling this semester, or excuse me, this fall, I should say. And that only will increase visibility. I mean, that's what happens when you start a program. You got to start somewhere. You hope to get some players to be able to buy in, have a philosophy that you would like to get across. The players buy in, there's some success. You got to have building blocks, and then all of a sudden you go from 20th to 15th to 10th to 5, and then all of a sudden you've won a tournament. Recruiting, that's without saying there. You need some athletes to help mold into not only good bowlers, but good people. And so that's one of the things I'm very thankful about my own collegiate experience, to be able to not only still talk with a lot of the friends that I made in college, but some of the lessons that you learn, the experiences that you go through them generally together. All of the meals that you ate, all of the meals that you missed, all of the bus naps, all of the homework done on the bus, or all of the van rides, or the van homework that you try to do, or even sometimes when the bus has a leak and it leaks on your homework. Hello to Antonio, appreciate you tuning in. Jacob Alberts, 2018. He said he's going to Judson. Good luck, sir. Jacob just literally said, in a nutshell, everything I kind of described within what he was looking for. Got a chance to go, he visited, able to practice, and loved it. All right, Highland Community and Wisconsin Lacrosse, they are complete. Highland shoots 179, Wisconsin Lacrosse 159. So we will see, folks, the top team, not only in the team ranking points, the final team ranking, the top team here in accordance to that ranking at this particular sectional, they were number 1 on collegebowling.com, was again the final power ranking. Then the other poll, the International Bowling Media Association, the media poll, and I can pull that up if my computer will act friendly. I'll tell you in 1 second. All right, I'll get to that poll in 1 second. But I will acknowledge some other folks in the chat who are hopping aboard now. And I really appreciate the information. And that's another reason why I enjoy doing what I do, because I feel like as I was saying, I apologize. Taking some photos of some lineups. I enjoy chatting essentially because I learn a little bit more about certain teams through parents, for example, and other members or family members, friends who may be in the chat. And you learn where certain people live, where they're from. I enjoy that interaction, so I'm very appreciative of when you do have some cool things to add, and certainly when you watch. So thank you very much. For example, Emily's back. She's been watching at some points Friday, Saturday, and now she is back today. And I even remember where she's from, Rosemount, Minnesota. And officially Calumet. Calumet had a very good day to end things yesterday. They left with the lead. They have the lead now. Arizona State had the lead after 48 games. But again, speaking of Calumet, the #1 team per the International Bowling Media Association poll as well. And the top team again in the power rankings. They had 8 first place votes. Did Calumet, led by Michael Davidson, first team All-American. Calumet would be a very good example, I think, if you, and you could pick probably any team. But they're one that, because they are essentially, they are the top team in the nation. You could think about how they started, and then of course all of the items that have led them to this point. #1 team in the nation. Now obviously there's only one really thing left to do, and that's to win a national title. Kathy, really appreciate you tuning in and dropping in some knowledge. Wisconsin lacrosse, just their second year. They're being away from the bowling perspective, seems like for about 15 years. That is, we appreciate that info. But if you go back to the early years of college bowling and some of the documents that I've seen, that there are a lot of Wisconsin's schools, Milwaukee, Lacrosse, Green Bay. I think almost every Wisconsin school, Madison. It was almost as if it started in that area. If I'm not mistaken, Lacrosse may have even won the first national championship. I should know that. They did. The first ITC championship awarded was to Wisconsin lacrosse. It's interesting when you go back to the 70s and look at some teams who have won titles, and then think now to where you may not have even heard of a particular program from a bowling perspective, such as South Carolina in 1976 won the men's title. West Liberty in 1977, Minnesota in 78, Cal won a title in 1979, California. And then 1980, from a men's perspective, Wichita State won their first men's championship. And then Wichita State women won the first ITC women's title. Of course, here we are in 2018. Pretty cool stuff. Michelle, 2nd of 7. Wow. Studying photography. That's pretty cool for Nora. That's actually a really cool major. That's something that if I could go back, I don't know if I would major in it, but I'd probably at least take a few classes, maybe some electives or something like that. Maybe even minor in it. I've come to, you know, in our line of work, we take a lot of photos, and then sometimes you see a lot of photos from professionals who do some of our work for TV shows, for example. And then I go, wow, that's a really cool photo. And then all of a sudden I get this thing about photography. And so I think that's pretty cool. Amanda, go Marian Knights. They were just on our featured pair. You just missed them, Amanda. All right, for Calumet, they have gone with P.D. Virgos, Robert Borowski, Michael Davidson, Jeffrey Holden, and Tyler James. That is Tyler, you see. And for Grandview, oh man, every now and then there's one cheer that really makes me laugh. That was one of them. All right, back to the Grandview lineup here. And again, okay, there we go. Come on, Internet. I believe that's Terrence Stacy or Terrence Stosey. I'll have to double check that. Zach Mitchell, Luke Fisher, Noah Tom, and Sam Cantrell. It is Terrence Stacy, the freshman from Springfield, Missouri. Noah Tom from San Ramon, California. California to Des Moines, Iowa. Luke Fisher, the senior from Altoona, Iowa. Sam is a junior from Citrus Heights, California. So 2 California residents making their way to Des Moines, Iowa for college. Another cool thing about college. Sometimes takes you a place that maybe you didn't plan to visit or attend or go to, etc. when you were first thinking about it all. Also on their roster, Aaron Yehuda, Kevin O'Connor, and Brandon Jerome. Brandon is from Cedar Falls, Iowa. Aaron is from my neck of the woods there, from Chicago, the junior. And Kevin O'Connor is from Sacramento. So 3 California residents. Grandview must be developing a pipeline from California. Yeah, that one definitely made me chuckle. Zell phone. Emily, I didn't read that comment prior to finally realizing that Kevin O'Connor was from California as well. Judson has made the flip. Turbo now on 25. Judson on 26. Folks, if you are just tuning in, you are watching the Intercollegiate Team Championship Sectional Qualifiers. 64 total games of competition will be the deciding factor. We are now in games, as I no longer have my schedule in front of me. We are now in games 59. This is game 59 for the ladies. Calumet and Grandview, they're a little bit behind, and that's just because there's been a delay that is, of course, kind of taken over 27 and 28. It started when we began this afternoon. Position round will be next. So we should be done in probably about an hour or so. Maybe not the case anymore because of the delay, but Calumet and Grandview both, you've seen them string strikes. They can do it with the best of them, and they actually might make up time because of the amount of strikes they could throw. Wow, there was a pin. Somehow I missed that. Well, now it's just comical. There was deadwood that ended up all the way to the foul line. It's getting crazy, folks. Haley Balt, sophomore from Minnesota. Got it. She tried to push the Deadwood back down and didn't quite make it. Well, we're having fun here, folks. I'll tell you who else is having fun right now, and it is, who is that? Someone has the front six. That's Judson, actually. It's the Judson men's team with the front six. So I'll keep you posted, Judson fans. Actually, you can see them in the right side of your screen. They now have the front seven. Depending on how the awards presentation will work out, because first time we've done this, so we haven't really planned for that part. So if it's feasible, and the issue is it may take a while to tally up the scores. I certainly would enjoy bringing you that, but I'll have to figure out the proper time. If it's too much time, may not be able to get it done, because I've got to tear down and get things situated so the bowling center can have their area back. Oh, the 10-pin moved. That's not nice. Update on the Judson. It went, looks like they left an 8 count. Can't see what it is. Oh, no, I can. 3-6, it looks like, from here. Or that might be that actually might be a 2-5 or 5-9. One or the other. It was an 8 count, and it was spared, as you saw. Kathy, that's a good question. First of all, thank you for watching the selection show. Something else that was done previously several years back, 2012, I think, and wanted to resurrect that. So it went well for the first time out. We were actually short-staffed that day, and hopefully that's something we can make a little bit better as well. So thank you for watching. The positions, or excuse me, the assignments are determined. A lot of it is based on the rankings formula. So the collegebowling.com power rankings, that is a big portion of it. So having the final determinations on where teams are ranked, and then from a geographic location as well. So where teams are in relation to, of course, the closest sectionals to them, is the kind of the other part of that as well. And then not wanting to have, I forgot the actual ratio, but you can't have no more than 2 teams in the top 8 or something like that in each sectional, no more than 3 of the top this, and you definitely can't have 4 of the top 16 in one sectional. So rankings, geographic locations, and then once those are determined, once we have those numbers or figures, then properly placing the teams based on their geographical portions is next.
Walk down there and get it. Switch up in the gutter. 40 feet out.
Our delay here is a switch grip. Came out, it's in the gutter. So that's our hold up here on 27 and 28 currently. So Kathy, I hope that helps you out. I forgot our exact reason, and Gary Brown breaks it down effortlessly because he's done it and is part of the committee that does it every single year. It is explained actually in that near the assignment show. So depending on when you logged on, Gary is at the top of the show within the first 3 to 5 minutes, actually first 2 minutes, and he explains exactly how the teams are placed in the sectional, what goes into it, what determines, and how that process works completely. When you throw in, for example, mentioned Calumet was the top team in the country, both in the rankings and the media poll. The media poll is not included in that, just the rankings from that standpoint. And so because of that, as the #1 seed, basically the #1 overall seed of everyone in these other 4 sectionals. And so they will get the benefit of being close to home based on their geographic region. So, you know, if you're the top seed, theoretically you shouldn't have to travel as well. If you think about, you know, how the teams are selected for the NCAA basketball events and stuff like that, they always say, yep, the top seed goes to the East region because they're the top overall seed and it's the closest one to where they are geographically. And they kind of take some of those same principles and apply them here. Who are the best teams? Where do they rank? How many can we have in each sectional? Make sure it's as even as possible from a talent standpoint. Can't be top heavy, basically, based on the rankings and the geographic locations. Folks, I don't know if it's still snowing, but during our break, the snow was coming down at a relatively rapid pace. So hopefully team travel will not be impacted too much. The teams begin to make their way on back to school. Of course, saw a lot of buses in the parking lot, some 15-passenger vans. Not sure if anyone flew. All right, through the nose there goes Sam. There you go, Jordan. Kathy Jordan, who has been around this sport for a very long time as well, has some good insight on that as well. Ooh, something like 2 of the top 8, no more than 2 of the top 8, 2 of the top 16 in any seeded region. No problem, Kathy. Thank you. Thanks for tuning in. Apparently it's 85 degrees. Every time I mention snow, someone from a warm area generally drops their temperature on me. But I'm not envious of you, Jordan. I'm not. And only because I'm from Chicago. So snow is like pizza, basically. It's a must-have in Chicago. Although I do enjoy St. Louis because I went to school in this area. And to give you guys some context, where we are currently, St. Clair Bowl is in Fairview Heights, Illinois. It's about 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes past or into Illinois from the Missouri state line. And so between here and St. Louis, it's about 15 minutes or 20 minutes actually. We can get back to downtown St. Louis. McKendree University, this is their home center. And they are just down the street in Lebanon, Illinois. And Lindenwood is about another 20 minutes past what I just said. So they're about, on a good day, 45, 50 minutes or so from this location to Lindenwood and the St. Charles campus. Of course, LU Belleville is down the street as well. But from a bowling perspective, they had recently had to end their program prior to the start of the season. But I didn't see snow on the schedule, and I can't say that I really looked that hard on the weather forecast. I didn't think I'd see snow this weekend. But it's almost springtime. There will be a brief pause or intermission, if you will. To determine and tally up the scores for position round. So we will not be going off the air, but just want to let you know that, so you are aware that there will not be any immediate bowling. There'll be a brief pause, again, to make sure the scores are confirmed, tallied properly, and so the teams know what lanes they will be bowling on. Again, we will have the 1-2 for both men and women on our featured pairs, and then subsequently 3-4 and to the left, and so on, women. And then 3-4, 29 and 30 and to the right, and so on for the men. We won't have all of those lanes, of course, but that will be the order. Get a good look at Michael Davidson here for Calumet. First team All-American. Kirk Robinson joining us. Go Crimson Wave. Oh, thanks, David. There we go. See, I missed the Groundhog Day, so I had no idea that's what he said. You're dead on then. So we got 5 more days until March 16th. Viterbo. And the development of a very good game here. Viterbo led by Jim Socha. Hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Assisted by Jeremy Miller and Kendra Bundy, along with Rachel Shallow. One of the highlights, if you missed it, somehow I missed some Deadwood coming all the way to the foul line on the left lane. Nice shot there. But Haley Brault tried to essentially give it back. And it didn't quite make it all the way. You might have to clip that as a highlight and just send it to her. Viterbo, a very young team here on the women's side. On the roster, 7 freshmen. 1 senior, and that is Hannah Dursa, who has been mentioned in a chat room. Carrie Kipp, Jr. One sophomore, and Lauren Schudeman, and again, 7 freshmen, or 2 sophomores, excuse me. 1 senior, a junior, 2 sophomores, and 7 freshmen. Viterbo, located in Lacrosse, Wisconsin. We talked about Wisconsin lacrosse when the men were here, bowling in a previous block. Viterbo, also from Lacrosse. I haven't done this in a while, and some of you probably have already checked it out. Let's take a look at our 56-game score update. We were having so much fun. Calumet does have the lead. Still hold a slim lead over Arizona State on the men's side. And slim as in 25 pins. So that one could still go either way. And the position round will decide who will win the sectional. Lindenwood, at this point, solidly in 3rd. They hold, let's see, a lead of 153 on 4th at 11:49, or excuse me, 11:498. St. Ambrose is 4th at 11:355. Vincennes is 5th at 11:209. So they're going to have, they've got some work to do to try to catch St. Ambrose. Marian, Indianapolis, 11:184. And Mount Mercy sitting at 11,085. Davenport at 11,046. So right now, I'd say Vincennes still has an opportunity, as well as Marian. Probably an outside shot for Mount Mercy. On the women's side, Lindenwood 11,682. The ladies continuing to lead after 56 games. Stephen F. Austin in 2nd at 11,536. Grandview is 3rd at 11,495. St. Ambrose is 4th at 11,334. And in 5th place is Wisconsin Whitewater at 11,022. So it looks like our 4 women's teams are set in regards to who will advance. The placement still up for grabs for some. But I'm not sure Whitewater will have enough. They'd also have to have St. Ambrose not bowl very well at all to have a shot. .225 for Viterbo. Michelle, I did not see the final game. As soon as I looked over, and the one thing I've noticed about the score monitors, if the first game is complete, and you guys may have noticed it too, it goes immediately to the second game. And so by the time I looked over, that's exactly what happened. Jordan and Lisa, yes, 25 pins is the difference currently between you and Calumet. That's after 56 games. Arizona State's obviously not in my viewing range. Calumet is, however. And they haven't really done anything to relinquish that lead. However, Arizona State could take the lead. .198 for Grandview. And now the gentleman will roll into the final game here of this third block. It'll be game 60. And for the most part, I think, as I mentioned kind of at the beginning of this block for the men, after the delay, they've thrown enough strikes, it looks like, to essentially catch up. Kelly, Davenport is 8th. 11,046 is their total pinfall after 56 games. They're going to need some help and a major block from either this block and the next, I would think. I haven't heard a lot of extreme, I won't say yelling, but any excited yells from anyone down in the men's area. I'm not sure where Davenport is currently. That's about the most I've heard right there as we see another great spare conversion. So when we don't hear too much going on, that worries me, because that would mean that no one is kind of giving the chase I thought that might happen, and that usually kind of happens in sectionals. I think if it holds true the way the standings are currently, St. Ambrose's time came and the last block this morning. And that is when they shot 928 for games 45 through 48. And that put them in some serious contention. They were already in contention, but that helped elevate them. And after 48 games, they had moved up to 5th. And just a few sticks back of Vincennes, and they have overtaken Vincennes since that point, and now sit in 4th as the Bees look to get back to the ITCs. Looks like competition on the ladies' side is complete prior to position round. We are expecting Lindenwood certainly to be on lane 26. Right now it's looking like Stephen F. Austin would join them on this pair. Don't forget to, folks, if you haven't already, if you do, please follow us on our social media channels. On Twitter, we are at USBC. On Facebook, the Sport of Bowling USBC. And growing our Instagram presence at US Bowling Congress. For youth bowling as well, youth bowling, youth_bowling on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat. From a youth perspective, of course, collegiate bowling, a part of IBC Youth, the International Bowling Campus. A lot of initiatives, not only to continue to grow this great sport, but collegiate bowling, and certainly starts at the youth level. Looking forward to Junior Gold this summer in Dallas. It'll be in July. Grandview now with 3 in a row, and looking to put some nice finishing touches here on this game. Jordan, I'd say they definitely did a good job. Michelle, my pleasure. Fantastic opportunity, great chance for us to, again, survey not only sectional, to just bring it to you no matter what, but to survey in the sense of what's going to take place next, what we can add, what we'll need, etc. That That was a nice shot. This is important here for Calumet because they're going to be on this pair back-to-back and obviously not playing that way. But because of the position that they are in, they're going to be first or second no matter what at this point. And they are going to bowl here. So it's important for them, an opportunity as they finish up to get lined up. You saw a different ball being chosen there, being thrown by Robert Borowski while he had a chance. So bit of a bonus here for Calumet. Meanwhile, Sam Cantrell strikes in the first shot, 10th frame. One more, put the squad in the 230s. There it is. I think Stratford should be done at this point. Let's see what Stratford has to offer here. All right, the scores aren't updated as of yet. They are an hour ahead. So they are either just hadn't got the scores updated or just finishing up the position round. Well, Stratford's still live. So if you're curious and you want to see kind of the first teams essentially to make nationals because of our time difference, you can check out the Stratford sectional and hang out with Aaron Smith for a little bit. Or it looks like it's probably over. I think it is at this point complete as I watch. Trying to get an idea of who we see here. Looks like I have to wait for the scores. Nice 237 for Grandview, 191 for Calumet. And that will do it for games 69, or excuse me, 56 or 57 through 60. So it'll be position round coming up next. 4 games left to determine 4 men's teams and 4 women's teams. We'll move on to Sun Valley Lanes in Lincoln, Nebraska. April 16th through the 21st. Hope to see some of you there. Looks like we have 2-3 pairs still going. So nice job to Calumet and Grandview. After the delay that held up 27-28 for a while, they got done pretty quick. All right, folks, just hang tight. going to go ask a couple questions and more about the presentation portion. And I'll be right back. But as you can see, position round is next, so don't go anywhere. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for joining me today. And we look forward to seeing you in a few minutes. Be right back.
practice in between the position round, just do it. So it's pretty safe to just practice bench. told you we like it. We like it, man. We like it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, appreciate you hanging out for a little bit. Position round is underway. And this is basically a preview of ITCs because of how loud and intense everyone will be for the most part, especially the guys, because the guys are just generally intense. But you can hear the ladies out here doing their thing as well. Grandview is on 25 and 20, or excuse me, on 25. Lindenwood starts on 26. And the way it is on the schedule is the top team is on 26. So Lindenwood is actually first. Grandview is currently in second. And essentially not going left to right. And for Arizona State, it is left to right. Arizona State is leading currently over Calumet by their deficit now is, or their lead is now 32 pins. So this will more than likely decide it. There's no bonus pins. So there's no guarantee essentially, but this will decide who will win the Fairview Heights sectional. To their right is Lindenwood and St. Ambrose. Lindenwood is in third at 12.331. St. Ambrose is at 12.178. Keep an eye on Marian, Indianapolis, and Vincennes, who dropped to sixth. But right now, St. Ambrose has to ward off Marian and Vincennes. 59 and 60 pins, the difference there respectively. So Marian is fifth, 59 pins out of fourth. Vincennes is 60 pins out of fourth. 32 pins, Jordan. That is correct. Arizona State, so you can keep count, 12, 4, 5, 5. That's their total. Calumet is at 12, 4, 2, 3. On the women's side, Lindenwood is at 12, 5, 3, 6. Grandview's at 12, 3, 0, 9. That is a 227 pin difference. So LU, for all intents and purposes, will win, should win the Fairview Heights sectional here on the women's side. Grandview still has to deal with Stephen F. Austin for second place. Just 29 pins the difference there. Then in fourth is St. Ambrose at 12-103. And the next closest competitor to St. Ambrose is Wisconsin Whitewater at 11-884, or 844, excuse me. And that is a difference of 259 pins. So our final four for the women have been pretty much set for the most part of the day. Maybe a position change here or there, maybe second and third might flip-flop, but other than that, they are pretty much accounted for. Borowski for Calumet, high flush there. I think for Calumet and Arizona State for that matter, both teams would like to win this. I don't think there's any doubt about it. One, because there's an opportunity to win something, you want to win it. Two, wow, I think Arizona State and Calumet, they've led, traded back, led, gave it back, led. So they've flip-flopped in the first place category. Calumet as the top team, basically the top overall seed of sectionals, wants to win this sectional. I think Arizona State has proven that they are certainly one of the best teams in the country, despite what the rankings may indicate. And winning this over Calumet, I think, would further validate, not that they need it, but further validate their standing across the country. You got to keep an eye on Lindenwood as well. They could hop into second and, depending on what happens, could sneak out a win. Let's see, the Grandview men. Grandview men, they are in 12th, so that would put them. They would be on lane 38, Emily. OU has been pretty dominant in this women's team. Lena San Nicolas has been very good in the anchor position this week. Haley Cummings. I'll tell you, don't forget what Calumet. Get it done. Nice game indeed. see Calumet already starting game number 2. And that's some of the things you see in Baker. It depends on, obviously it varies per team, but if you're in rhythm, you don't really want to wait. A shot there from Chase Navy. You don't really want to wait. So you can just go right at it, kind of keep the momentum going, keep the rhythm going. Now the difference here being that they're going to have to wait at some point, speaking of Calumet, because Arizona State's going to be a few frames behind, and they can't start game 3, obviously, until they switch lanes. .192 the max. I believe that is Nick Devlin. .192, game 1 for Arizona State. Running total now stands at 11-pin lead for Calumet. Davison just leaves a 2-8 there. That could have been much more. LU. Grandview made the run, essentially, from, I don't think they were ever out of the top 5, maybe early in the event. After 32 games, they were in 3rd. This is Grandview women I'm speaking of. And I guess after the first 16, they were in 9th. They ended the day yesterday in 3rd. At one point was 4th for a little bit of the day after the first 48, not the TV show. And now into 2nd. So very nice event for Grandview. Got a good program. of Pete Burgos. Calumet right now on the Dutch 200 pace. Open in the second for Arizona State, striking the third. Adu trying to double, open hand at the end, crosses over, and leaves a 6-pin. Calumet still on the Dutch 200 pace. Can they find their first double here? Yes. Tyler James, nice shot. Michael Davidson in the anchor position for Calumet. That's a great question. Part of it is being able to experience from a different standpoint an event like this, being able to watch, call the action, and really bring the action to you, the fan and supporter of the sport and collegiate bowling in specifically. As Davison takes care of the 2-pin. Strike will give him 209. But being able to travel and watch great bowling is pretty darn cool, if I must say so, and that is trouble. Not so much anymore as the 7-pin falls late, just the 3-6-10. very unique opportunity, very unique what we do within bowling. I think it's a little extra for me because I have experienced this as a player, and I know exactly how these athletes are feeling right now. I can't see Vincent's. I can see them, but I actually can't even see their scoreboard currently. I know I mentioned this a little earlier, and it was going to be tough to see past really third and fourth and really be able to get the scores that I need because of the we got a little pole in our way. But I'll see what I can do for you. Don, I will kind of same thing as Andrew. I will try my best to try to scour some scores here. Came in to take that spare. See him at some point. Chase is struggling a little bit here. This might be the game here for ASU. They're going to need a little more than when they move over to the right lane. Although Calumet is going 235, 209 on that right lane, so that might be of help to them. Justin Lynn, hello. Can't see what LU has right now, although they've got some form of split in the sixth frame. And they've got a half game to go in the second game of this block. So as soon as Arizona State finishes up here, I'm going to go scavenge for scores. The women are set in regards to the teams that are going to advance to ITC, so that part is not in question. There could have been a flip-flop between second and third with Grandview and St. Ambrose. Still a ton to be decided on the men's side, both who will win and who will make it. There were 59 and 60 pins respectively, separating Marian in fifth, and Vincennes in sixth from fourth of St. Ambrose. LU could have potentially snuck into the top 2 discussion, depending on what took place. Won't be able to see Grandview. They will definitely be a little too far. .186 for Arizona State. right, folks. Let me change some names on the score and then try to update you as quick as I can on what is taking place between, I feel like I forgot a team. I went all the way down there and didn't get Vincent's score. I'm gonna go back. I knew there was one that I was missing. LU shot 191 and 193. They just finished up their second game. St. Ambrose shot 184 and 228 was on their scoreboard. Marian shot 236 and 232. Be right back. We had a front 8 down there as well. Didn't see the team, but or a front 7. And the 8th shot is missed. All right, let's do some update. At the moment, again, and not that we aren't paying attention to the ladies, but everything there is decided. Still much to be decided in regards to the men. So Calumet at 12-8-6-7 after 2 games. Arizona State at 12-8-3-3 after 2 games. Lindenwood, who was in 3rd, went 191-193. They are now at 12-7-15. Let's take a look at Marian, who is 5th. At 12-1-1-9 initially. They have shot the most out of any team so far, 236-232. And if my math is correct, that means that they are 12-5-8-7. St. Ambrose was 4th. 12-1-7-8. They went 184, 228, 12, 590. So unofficially, St. Ambrose has a 3-pin advantage over Marian, who is currently 5th. Let me check out Vincennes, who was just 1 pin back of Marian to start. Went 223, 194. They are at 12-5-3-5. So right now it's Calumet in order. Calumet, Arizona State, Lindenwood, St. Ambrose. That's your top four. Marian is 3 pins back of St. Ambrose. And Vincennes is 52 pins back of St. Ambrose. I think every team that is vying for position is, they're into their last 2 games. Marian and Vincennes are they're about in the 7th frame. See what's going on here with Calumet and Arizona State. Oh, I didn't change that. My bad. Chase breaks up a major split. How about that? Just a 7-pin. Calumet has indeed come over to this left lane and had trouble, but Arizona State unable to capitalize on the right lane. Ambrose has gone spare, double, open in the 4th, strike in the 5th, and now 1 more in the 6th. Lindenwood has gone open, strike, 9 spare, 3-bagger. And they are set to go up in the 7th frame. Big shot there from Michael Davidson. So this has turned into a different kind of battle than I thought. I was expecting more of a high-scoring event on 27 and 28. But still to be decided here. Meanwhile, Grandview and Lindenwood just continue to do work, as well as St. Ambrose and Stephen F. Austin. Stubler for St. Ambrose just left a 7-pin. In the 7th. Looks like an 8 or a 9 count for Lindenwood as well. The sounds of it, Nate barely made that 7-pin. .198 for Vincennes. With 1 game to go. .160 for Arizona State. .180 for Calumet. Calumet now at 13,047. Arizona State now at 12,996. All right, coming down to the final game. Marian just shot 193. (12-7-8-0) for Marian with one game left. Lindenwood and St. Ambrose trading strikes late in the ball game. Let's see. St. Ambrose 165 in the 8th on a strike. They can max at 225. Lindenwood similar max at 226. Coffee up in the 10th frame and a 10 pin for Michael Coffee. Meanwhile, Vincennes has the front four. Appreciate everyone tuning in. Giving you essentially what is the radio call of what's happening between 1 through 6 here. You can see Calumet and Arizona State. You cannot see Lindenwood and St. Ambrose and Vincennes and Marian. Vincennes' string is over at 4 strikes. No strike in the 5th. Waiting on the spare attempt. Coffee does spare his 10 pin. St. Ambrose makes their spare in the 10th as well. Both St. Ambrose and Lindenwood shoot 205. That puts Lindenwood at 12-9-2-0 with 1 to go. St. Ambrose now at 12-7-9-5 with 1 to go. And they now, let's see, they lead by 15 pins over Marian. And Vincennes is at 12-7-3-3. Wow. 62 pins separate St. Ambrose and Vincennes, with Marian right in the middle. It's going to come down to this final game. Just don't miss them, JT, or excuse me, Jalen, that is correct. Specifically single pins. LU's got an outside chance at catching ASU for potentially second at the moment. But they are firmly right now into third place. Lindenwood has officially claimed victory here at the Fairview Heights Sectional. The ladies, congratulations to Lindenwood. Also, congratulations to Grandview, Stephen F. Austin, and St. Ambrose, all advancing to the Intercollegiate Team Championships in April. Vincennes is going to finish first. They're in the 7th frame already. Led by that hot start, had the front four spare strike, and then open. Even if I could, unfortunately, turn a camera at some point here, the best we could do might be blocked by the pole. I'll give it a whirl, see what we can get. Calumet finishing up. Michael Davidson leaves the 10 pin. What Calumet has done, I'm sure what they wanted to do as the top overall seed, essentially. In the power rankings, the #1 seed and the #1 ranked team, according to the International Bowling Media Association. Calumet Crimson Wave will win the Fairview Heights Sectional here in 2018. finish at 13,259 total pinfall. All scores, all numbers unofficial. We'll go run down a Vincennes score. Yes, Vincennes will finish first, as in finishing first to be done with their games, not finishing first overall in the tournament. Of the 3 teams that they're close with, St. Ambrose and Marian, they will be the ones to finish first. That is what I meant by that, Andrew. Folks, Vincennes is in the clubhouse. So Andrew, Vincennes is done. They shot 220, and unofficially their number is 12,953. Unofficially for Vincennes, 12,953. Meanwhile, Marian has the back 4. They are heading into the 9th frame. Can't see their max right now. 189, the finish for Arizona State. What a weekend for ASU. If people didn't know about Arizona State prior to this weekend, I think they know about them now. They're in the clubhouse at 13,185. They will be in second. Jordan, when was the last time ASU was at ITCs? Marian is hugged. They were hugged up, watching and ready. In the 10th frame, unsure who the player was. But he just left a 3.69. First shot of the 10th frame. They had 231 max. You can see St. Ambrose in your screen. Makes the spare. And Marian just missed the spare in the 10th. Their final score, 1 second.
He was unreal. That dude was, he was first 2 in the 10 every time, whether it was 160 or 280. He was unreal.
No, it's because he was really good.
Oh, really? Yeah. No, I believe that. He was unreal. But I swear, anytime he matches, if Grinder had a chance to shut John,
After this score, or excuse me, after the missed spare in the 10th from Marian, they shoot 194 and are at 12,974. So St. Ambrose, let's see, what's that, what do we have there? That is a, it's hard to tell from here. It kind of looks like an 8-pin. And it was made by Brent Boho. The max score for St. Ambrose is 228. And I think right now St. Ambrose just needs to keep it on the lane. They need pins. My math is correct. They need 158. Wow, 2010. That's hard to believe. And St. Ambrose, I believe, has just punched their ticket to the Intercollegiate Team Championships. That's going to hurt, I know, for Marian. They were right there. They had an opportunity. They put themselves in position. Let me check Vince. So, yeah, Vincennes, 12-9-5-3. There it is. They needed to keep it on the lane the last few frames. I actually was looking at the wrong score, which doesn't always help, of course. Vincennes had 12-9-5-3. Marian had 12-9-7-4. Marian needed them all to shut out St. Ambrose. Unbelievable. But that's what sectionals is about, folks. It happens every single year. We look forward to position round. It's one of the most exciting portions of collegiate bowling. Congratulations to Arizona State. First time since 2010. They will make ITC's. Calumet will return. They have been a mainstay since the program began about 10 years ago. And now St. Ambrose going back. Both men and women, the Fighting Bees. Congratulations to Lindenwood, the men and women. And for the LU men, they will head back to ITCs after ending a 13-year streak. They missed last year, will head back for the first time since a couple years ago. Final score for St. Ambrose, 217. Lindenwood shoots 212. And the hugs begin.
Thanks for a great job. You guys are the best.
Thank you, man. Congrats.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
First time since I was in school.
That's what Jordan just told me.
Yep. Hey, I've only missed nationals once. My freshman year.
Nice job, Coach. And let's see, 11, 10. Wow, 13,012 is the final number for St. Ambrose. Marian finishes at 12-9-7-4. What an effort from Marian. They miss it by 38. And the Gary Sparks led Vincennes Trailblazers with Tommy Tikaz, who will head out to Lincoln as a singles competitor. And they miss it by 59 pence. That was fun. No problem, Jordan, man. Congratulations. Hope to see you in Lincoln. LU is back and in proper LU fashion, doing some cool type of cheer. Well, we'll try to keep it locked here. Quick tally of the scores for the official tallies. And then we're going to try to have the quick presentation, hopefully in front of us. That was our plan. It may or may not work, but it should. Noticed in Stratford, I had a chance to take a look at, try to catch the ending there, and all of the student athletes were, of course, on the approach. It's like that's the go-to spot after it's all done. You just go right to the approach, hug it out, a couple bro hugs, a couple cheers. You heard from some of the ladies. So officially, well, unofficially, on the men's side, Calumet, Arizona State, Lindenwood, and St. Ambrose. And on the women's side, Lindenwood, Grandview, Stephen F. Austin, and St. Ambrose. Folks just awaiting the scores, the official tallies. See St. Ambrose out there. That was the St. Ambrose ladies. Some of the men's team, Arizona State hugging each other. The Lindenwood women to the right of your screen. Everyone trying to get their photos. This is always the cool part. There's Arizona State missing a teammate. There's Calumet. There's Arizona State and St. Ambrose. And St. Ambrose and Lindenwood and our poll.
I guess it's time to take a little shoot. Hey, oh, you heard there was one room with two people on it? The Shammy Wars!
Still waiting just to get the official numbers, folks. So that's just hang tight there. Thank you.
All right. I'll let you know about Tuesday, but I'm not planning on being there. So. All right.
We'll take your average.
Yeah.
But if he was taking the cover of all of my men. I got to take me tomorrow. It was the same drive, and I figured it was easier for me to take out the 73 and feel it wasn't go there instead of loading all my shit on the bus. Well, he didn't want to do that because he worked there. So he's sleeping.
Awards are out, and looks like they're about ready to be presented. Final tallies on the men's side, Calumet. Let's see if my math was right. They do finish with 13,259 total pinfall to win. Arizona State finishes at 13,182. That's actually 3 pins off of what I had. Double check. Yep, that is wrong on my part. And that is why you'll always get the official numbers. 13,182 for Arizona State. Lindenwood 13,132, and St. Ambrose 13,012. And Marian again finishes at 12,974. They had an opportunity. They needed them all in the 10th. Them all in the 10th to give them a chance. As the way it turned out, they still would have been short by 1 pin, but the arm swing gets a little looser when you see an open in the 10th there. Nice ball. Looks like we have lead coming in too. So not good for me on any part. All right, here we go, folks.
We'll try to make this as quick and painless as possible and get you on the road. First off, thank you. It was a great tournament. There was a lot of great bowling. And we made all the bowlers deserve great. A round of applause for their participation and their effort. We'd like to acknowledge the singles advancers. In first place, Tyler James from Calumet. Second was Michael Coffey from Lindenwood. In third place was Tommy Teacaps from Vincennes. In fourth, Roger Hartford from Waldorf. In fifth, George Shepard from Marian. And in
Are you
sixth
live
place,
still on the
Jerry
other one?
Coleman from Calumet. On the women's side, first place was Stephanie Schwartz from Stevenson, Austin. Second, Cassidy Curry from Mount Mercy. Three, Julia Bond from Nebraska Lincoln. Fourth, Crystal Land from Campbellsville University. Number five, Shelley Goodwin from Lindenwood. Sixth, Kelly Buzisi from Nebraska Lincoln. And seventh, Amanda Garrett from Lindenwood. Congratulations. Okay, we're going to do the top four. You get a plaque for your position. And what we're going to do is we're going to get the team out and we'll get a couple pictures. And then if parents, you want to get pictures, we're going to have them move off to another set of lanes so we can keep it moving. All right, for men, in fourth place with a final total of 13,012, St. Ambrose. Please come down and as soon as you can, team.
Where the hell is the rest of my team?
Back there. They're right behind us.
Oh.
Guys, do me a favor. Since you're like 6'4".
They're right here.
Am I good?
You're good.
Chilling.
Not really, but it'll do.
Say, hey kid, get the hell out of the way.
Better?
Alright.
I just like the camera, you know? Come on.
You look great, man.
Thank you.
Oh, you're good. I'm just saying that.
Okay, we'll move down the lanes and we'll get a picture down there. In third place with 13,132, Lindenwood.